Good evening, district staff, and good evening, audience members. We have way more people than we ever have at our work session, so welcome, welcome. And good evening, fellow board members. We are ready to get started with our November work session. So, Superintendent, would you like to do roll call?
Heidi Hensley, Mary P. Bagby, Linda Davis,
Here.
Dr. Patricia Yeager,
Here.
Tim Denson, Dr. Mumby Anderson,
Here.
Dr. Lakeisha Gant,
Here.
Nicole Hull, Mark Evans.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. And it looks like we do have a quorum, so we are ready to move forward with our agenda items as presented. So our first is our board president report. I have very little to report aside from a thank you to everyone who was able to submit their survey for the superintendent search. I did get a message from Dr. Bernath that we still have a couple of people who are outstanding in completing that survey. So while they compile that data and get ready to draft out their first draft of what the announcement will look like, if the last two people who have not yet done that survey could please go into Simbly and look for an email from GSBA, and it will contain a survey that you will click on for your own. It will have your own anonymous information that you can submit. It could take about 30 to 45 minutes, so be prepared. It only took me about 15 to 20, but it really depends on how much you need to think about each of the questions, so just be prepared to take some time to get that done. So yes, the last couple of members, if you could just go in and get that done. We will, Mrs. Palmer and us will all send out a call for potential dates for our holiday get-together, so just look out for an email from that. And for those of you going to GSBA next month, early next month, just kind of, try to think through some of the takeaways that you want to bring back to the board. I cannot attend. That is our last week of classes for the university, and I know several other members of the board are also not going to be able to attend for that reason. So those of you who are attending, if you could bring back some key takeaways, that would be wonderful. And that's all that I have. So now we will move on to our policy reviews. So we have first reads for several policies, and we'll start with our news releases first read. And this is policy KBCA. Any initial thoughts or questions, concerns? Okay. So if there are no questions or concerns, we will go ahead and move that to our regular meeting for, we will go ahead and move that over for a second read for our December meeting. Next up is JGCC, infectious diseases. And many of these are just up for 5-year review. This one was last drafted during COVID, so I think it had a lot of attention paid to it at that time, so it should be pretty good to go at this point. But if there are any questions, concerns? All right, seeing none, that will go to our second read for next month. Board policy DJEH, and that is change orders, and the the biggest change here is the threshold for a board approval, which will go from, I believe, $15,000 to $50,000, and this kind of from $25,000 to $50,000. Thank you. And this coincides with our other policies that we have passed recently, increasing that threshold due to increases in inflation and tariffs and just how much more expensive it is to do business. And I do see a hand.
So, yeah, when I read this policy, I know we already have the $50,000 threshold for the board. So was this something that is just a matter of getting the records updated? Because I've not seen anybody bring anything to us that low or under that requirement. So this is just a record-keeping kind of thing I feel better, thank you.
All right, are there any other questions? Okay, so DJEH will move over to our December meeting for second read. All right, next up is DJEIA, and that's sales calls and demonstrations, first read. Minor changes. Oh, I do see a question, Mrs. Davis.
You know, I read that and it was kind of cumbersome to read, but I'm not sure if it's, I see that it was a mandated change. Is that not correct? It's something that the state has mandated, or did I miss that? Did I misread it?
I believe that this is just to include the language of the district
Okay, no,
rather
I'm sorry,
than just
I'm
the
ahead of
schools.
myself.
Oh, okay.
I'm waiting for JCDAF.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
right.
So yeah, this one is a slight revision, adding the district in addition to schools for demonstrations and calls. Yeah, exactly, this building. Any,
I am still studying that one. It triggered too many questions for me, and I read it at the last minute, so I'll be back with that one.
okay, all right. If there is something that you want to address before the second read, we could certainly revisit it during the regular board meeting. Would you like for us to place it on the regular board meeting agenda, so that at least they have a month?
Should I just put it in the policy, in our document, in our spreadsheet?
You could do that as well, sure.
That's what I do.
All righty. Okay, so we'll move on to second read in December. Now we've got the use of electronic devices. So the biggest change here is to include our younger learners, I believe. The language was changed to meet some of the GSBA language recommendations, and then now we will also include pre-K in this use of device policy. Questions?
This includes all kinds of new language for all age groups, right?
It does, yes.
Okay.
Yes, but it also did tie in our pre-K learners as well.
Okay.
Yes. Oh,
I think Lakeisha was next. You can go ahead. So, yeah, my question is, do we have a problem with this in the lower grades? Or is it just something that we're being preemptive on?
Well, by law, we have to for kindergarten through eighth with the new legislation that came out. And so because we are a district that also has pre-K, we went ahead and included pre-K through eighth grade. But no, it has not been nearly as pervasive as in our secondary schools. But remember, 2 years ago, we had already implemented the cell phone free classroom settings for our 6 through 12.
Okay,
But the new legislation requires it for K through 8.
thank you.
Ms. Bagby?
I have a question about this, you taking up the children's electronic devices. Do the people that take up the devices have access to opening up the phones and retrieving information? And also it says that this has to be implemented by, it says that it needs to be in place by January the 1st of 2026 and has to be implemented by July 2020. That's just a typo, but I just want to make you aware of that. But I do have a concern about taking up people's phones and having access to their personal information.
So no, individuals who are taking up devices that students may have out without permission would not have access to actually access any information on it. When it comes to the distraction free, then right now what we ask is that students keep those devices in their backpacks and that they are not out in class. So it's not a space where they're collecting and holding for students throughout the day. It truly is, it's up, it's not out. If it's out, then there's the progressive discipline of giving the warning of please put your device up. If they don't, then they may ask that they leave the device up front, but it's not something that teacher or administrator would have the authority or access to go through anyone's device for any reason.
Thank you.
And I believe the typo that you speak of is actually the language from legislation to have a policy in place by January, but to have enforcement begin in the beginning of the school year. So those are the two different dates that are in that policy. Other questions? All righty, so we've got that going into our second read. And now we are at the approval, so that these three policies, if we agree, will go to our regular board meeting for a final vote. So our first is policy DJD, expense reimbursements approvals. We're good? Ma'am?
Adding it to consent.
Yes, if we have no issues, yes. All right, so that will go on to our consent agenda item, our consent agenda section. Next, we have policy DC, annual operating budget approval. Good? Okay, my computer is kind of frozen. All right, we're good. Okay, so we will move that to our consent agenda. And then our last policy is DA, goals and objectives approval.
There is a typo on number 2.
Okay.
Develop does not have an E on the end.
Okay.
And I make that typo all the time, so that's why I
Same.
know it's wrong.
Same, just like I put an E in judgment. Anyway, okay. So that will, oh, Mrs. Davis?
So again, I don't know if I missed this in the first read of this, but we're changing the verbs, right, to make them active voice. Yet, we don't do this work. We hire a superintendent to do this work. And so I'm confused as to why we made that change. It didn't seem to add anything to it, or
Changing it to action items or having the policy at
active voice.
all?
Instead of allocation of, we've changed that to allocate the district's resources. And we do that through our vote, of course, but that's a vote based on the recommendation of the superintendent. All of this is. And so when we say that it's a board policy, that's the governance part of it. And so again, changing it to the active voice it kind of confuses me.
Okay. Are there other?
Is there a mandate now that we have to be active voice in our policies?
Is there a legislative mandate? I do not believe there is. No,
Is
I
it
think that
something
this was just a
It's happening
best
statewide, or
practice.
is GSBS somebody telling us to do that? Because it blurs our roles.
So it's framed as goals. The language above the list is, to that end, the board seeks to achieve the following goals, and allocating in a manner which best reflects the educational priority. Seems like that's okay in that language as a goal. Active voice? No?
Again, we do governance and we do policy, but we do not actually allocate funding except through our vote, and that's through the recommendation of the superintendent.
Okay.
Right? So the allocation and the process is definitely our responsibility to have one, but it is not ours to do. And so maybe I'm just overdoing the active voice versus a passive voice.
Okay. I mean, the grammar nerd in me says always use active voice when you can. It's more clear. So that is just me coming from a grammatical standpoint, not necessarily from an argument of whether or not we are actively doing this as board members or if we are directing the superintendent to achieve these goals.
But our only work is in that realm of being governance, and so in governance, we don't really do these things. We ensure that they happen.
Okay. So you would like it noted that you do not want the language changed from passive to active voice?
Again,
For you, it changes the spirit of the policy? Okay.
It
Okay.
does.
Okay. Do other members take note with the language being changed from passive to active voice? Okay. I think in the interest of letting the board members vote, use their voices through their vote, we will go ahead and place it on the consent, not on the consent agenda, sorry, as a separate item on the board agenda. And then we can just have a separate vote for this item.
And that honors our process
Correct.
and our role and our elected responsibility.
Correct.
And yet the policy itself fails to do so. So I'm good with that.
Okay. All right. So we are going to now move to future policies for review. And so this, would you like to introduce this one for, okay, so we're going to move to item 1, and this is LDAJA. And I believe that there was only one board member who left a comment, a couple of board members who left a comment. So we'll let Dr. Scott update us on what those comments were and how they plan to proceed. And then we can open up the floor for a board discussion. Dr. Scott?
Thank you. So yes, this was shared with board members to review and to share any feedback that you may have related to this policy. And so I did hear back from Ms. Bagby as well as Dr. Gantz, specifically around item number 2 when it comes to the interrogation of students and for who is present during that time. And the request to include parent or guardian be present was shared by Ms. Bagby. Dr. Gantz wanted us to consider without permission of a school official and parent or guardian, so consider requiring that permission for interrogations to happen, or removing.
Give me a minute, let me find my notes.
And it may be the second part of this, and so, and I'll go to point number 4, item number 4, looking specifically at the notification, and so adding a time for this. So the perhaps attempts to notify parents should be done and documented within an hour of the removal. And so adding a time constraint within there around the notification of parents of students that are removed by law enforcement.
Okay. So I understood item 4. That was very clear. Item 2, unless other members are fine with it, I'm still pretty unclear on what it is we want to do moving forward with item 2. Do you, item 2. So do you mind perhaps letting us know what you wanted to include? Mrs. Bagby already, I believe she wants to include with a parent or guardian present. Is that correct, Ms. Bagby?
That's true. They should not be interrogated without an adult there.
Okay. And then,
That has their best interest, which would be a parent or guardian.
understood. Thank you. And so, Dr. Gant, what was it you wanted to include?
I think I was trying to say, I think it was related to number 1 and 2, but I placed it under the legal guardian, like in 1, and I said, consider adding without the permission of a school official and parent or legal guardian. But I may be misinterpreting this where it says, so a student in the school may not be interrogated by a law enforcement officer without the knowledge of the school official and parent. I think I misinterpreted that to mean that it could be or, like either or, but they both have to be notified, correct? In item 1?
Yes.
Okay, then disregard. I think I just misinterpreted that. And then number 2, where any interrogation must be done in private with an official school representative present, I thought it needed to say with a school representative and parent or legal guardian. So like both needed to be there.
Okay.
And then lastly, I just put at the bottom, consider adding a time to the attempts to notify parent. I know that can be difficult because you may not be able to get in touch with a parent right away, but it seems like it would at least add some good guardrails so that a parent is not like picking their child up and then they were interrogated like 5 or 6 hours ago. So like it seems like, you know, it used to be like when we would, let's just say, restrain a child or something like that, like any type of physical de-escalation, we had to notify, or I think attempt to notify the parent within a certain amount of time. So that's what I meant for that fourth one.
Okay. Does the district, can someone speak on what the amount of time for notification of physical restraint is?
It's within 24 hours.
Within 24 hours, okay. That seems like a lot too much for the interrogation question. And you mentioned an hour. Was that something that you think might be a
No.
best practice?
I think that that's what Dr. Gant put in here.
Okay,
In her notes is within an hour was the suggestion.
okay,
Mhm.
okay, okay. And Ms. Bagby, I thought I saw your light on.
Investigation suggests that they are asking questions as to gain information. Interrogation is coercing to me and forcing a person to give a statement against themselves. So a child should not be interrogated at all alone. Interrogation is forcing them to confess. That's the definition of interrogation. Investigation, they have no bias or no preconceived idea. They are just asking questions, gaining information, but interrogation is forcing. Children should not be interrogated without a parent or legal guardian present.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bagby. Dr. Gant, before we recognize you, could I ask Attorney Pruitt for some clarity on the terms investigation and interrogation?
They're not legally defined terms. I was just looking it up in Merriam-Webster. It's, they say, or actually this is from Oxford Languages, ask questions of someone closely, aggressively, or formally is interrogated. I mean, but that's diction. I mean, there's no legal significance.
There's no legal significance. Okay, thank you. Okay, Dr. Yeager.
I was just going to support the idea that a parent should be present for an interrogation, and I didn't know if the district had a policy about they've tried to do that and it makes it impossible or it causes problems. I guess I'd like to hear why not from the people that have to do this every day.
So I think that from speaking with Chief Reed in regards to this, then what we're thinking about with law enforcement, and that's them coming in because they've gotten some type of information around an incident that happened within the community. So they typically will always work with the school, and the schools are not in a space of encouraging or wanting them to come in for minor things that may have happened within the community. But from the standpoint of if it poses a safety concern, then I think that Chief Reed and his team are concerned around a delay in being able to address what may come to us as a safety concern, i.e. a student potentially having a weapon on campus. And if you're having to wait to actually begin that process until a parent is contacted and arrives, then it could potentially create a danger. So I think that that's the concern that we've heard from Chief Reed and his team in regards to waiting for a parent to be present versus being able to move forward with an interrogation with a school administrator present.
Okay. I believe everyone has addressed what their concerns are with this policy. It's not a first read or anything. It's merely to gather your thoughts so it can go back to the district for some further tweaking. So I think they've gotten your thoughts, but if you do have additional thoughts after you leave this room, please feel free to reach out to them. And I imagine that this will probably come to us for discussion or first read with the revisions for our December if not January meeting. Okay? Yes. Ms. Davis?
No, thank you. And since it's going back to the district for review, do we have a provision where, as in the absence of that parent or guardian, I remember this policy from years ago, and it seemed like there was a provision, or there should be a provision for an advocate for the child to be there. So do we not have those positions still in our schools so that if the parents cannot be present, the child is not left up to the one person that's representing the district and no one to be their advocate present in this conversation? So as you consider revisions, I would like for us to research and find out if that was at one time a part of this policy and somehow it's been misplaced or whatever.
Okay. All right, so then that added note of addressing or investigating, if you will, whether or not the use of an advocacy is something that happened historically. Okay. Yeah, I like it. I think it is a good thing to at least try to figure out if it's feasible or possible. Yes, Dr. Gant.
I don't know if this is an option as well, Dr. Scott, but in balancing like where it's believed to be like a safety concern, when it comes for first read, I'm wondering if it's been determined or like there's reasonable suspicion that there is a safety concern or harm is like imminent to like the person or someone else or the school environment, but having that well documented as well, so that it's not this sort of like broad interpretation, like, well, I felt like harm was imminent, but like, no, like documented that there were safety concerns and these were the safety concerns. And that's why, and it seemed maybe, I don't know, that may be a place in the middle to consider.
And we're thinking along the same lines, because that was the consideration of, do we add a caveat that in the face of a safety concern, then an interrogation may happen with school administration present if a parent is not immediately available.
Okay. And I think it would also be helpful, as Ms. Bagby mentioned, if the language is more than necessary. I mean, if you can replace interrogation with investigation and the spirit of the policy still stands, it might be worth exploring. You know, words have power, and that might be one of those things where it might be nice to maybe walk back the fearfulness of that term. So, yeah. Okay, so everybody's kind of spoken and have their piece? Fantastic. Okay, so now the district will go forward and do their best work. All right, now we are at our business items for discussion for placement on the consent agenda. We will start with our October 9th work session and board meeting minutes. All right, consent. Our wonderful field trips. Consent. All right, fantastic. Next up is our Cisco collaboration purchase, and this is for the purchase of upgrading the phone systems. And just as an FYI, we did inquire during our agenda setting meeting about the potential to shift to the web-based phone services, as many enterprises are doing right now. But they did explore that option after our meeting, and they did note that some of the systems that they do need in the district do not, they cannot have the web-based phone services with them, such as doorbells and other things that they rely on. So just to let y'all know, that was discussed. Any questions, any thoughts?
Is this a competitive bid or?
This is a state contract.
Go ahead.
No, this is a state contract with Cisco, and so this is,
We'll just go to the list and pick somebody. Thank you.
Okay, any other
And just to clarify, it's for a couple of years, right? It goes into, so the quote that we see is for a few years?
It's for 1 year.
Oh, for 1 year?
It's the renewal.
Okay.
Okay. Questions? Okay. All right, so oh, Ms. Davis.
No, it's one of those rhetorical questions, and so I'll talk to Dr. I'll take it offline, thank you.
Okay, sounds good. So do we want to place this on the consent agenda, or are there still some lingering questions or thoughts?
Okay, how long have they had this contract?
How long has Cisco had this contract? Anyone know?
I do not have an answer to that. Would you happen to know Mr. Griner or Mr. Gilbert?
I do not, John. We can get that information then.
Oh, wait a minute. Thank you, Ms.
Oh, somebody knows. Sir, come on down. The price is right. Literally. Oh, he's running. Our tech folks would know, of course, that, yes, that checks. All right, we'll give him a second to get down here. You don't have to run. We'll wait.
Just to let you know, I've been with the district for 5 years, and we've had this contract for about as long as I have worked with the district. The Cisco system is our base system that we do work with at this time for all of our phones in the district. So it is just a renewal. We have had it for a very long time.
Okay.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right. Okay, so are we good with placing this on the consent agenda, or do we want to vote individually for this item? Okay, hearing no opposition.
I do want us to vote individually, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. I never leave the disparity study. And so when I look at how we are allocating resources to vendors and people in our community, when you've got a 5-year plus standing contract, and we simply renew it every year, we're not giving anyone else an opportunity. Yes, and I know that we have a process where we can go to the list, but what causes us to look at, can we do better? So I would like that individual vote.
Okay. All right, so that is not on the consent agenda, Ms. Palmer. Up next, we've got our early Head Start governance plan, policy council, bylaws, and training. So I think we've got...
Yes, I'll ask if Ms. Angie Moon would come forward to provide that training. This is training that she will provide. It's the required annual training, but then on the actual board agenda, you will vote on their bylaws. And so we have to vote annually on their bylaws, but she also has to provide training.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Scott.
Test. All right. Greetings, board members, CCSD leadership, and community members. The purpose of today's presentation, and I gotta get used to using this. Oh, okay, thank you. The purpose of today's presentation is to provide annual governance training and program eligibility training in order to ensure compliance for the Early Head Start and Head Start grant across our management structures, systems such as programmatic requirements, fiscal, human resources, oversight of the program, and to ensure compliance with requirements to provide high-quality, comprehensive services to early Head Start children and families in accordance with the grant requirements. The governing body for the Early Head Start and Head Start program is the Board of Education. As a recipient of the Early Head Start and Head Start grant, the Board of Education is legally and fiscally responsible for the program and governance activities as specified in the Head Start Act. Many of these responsibilities, of course, are already contained in the Board of Education policies and are referenced in the Policy Council bylaws that are on the agenda for your consideration this evening. Those bylaws include 10 important points: the composition of both bodies, duties and responsibilities, the establishment of the Policy Council, the term of Policy Council members, reimbursement for parent activities, the establishment of the Early Head Start and Head Start Parent Committee, which consists of parents of enrolled or caregivers, legal caregivers of enrolled Early Head Start and Head Start children, training and impasse procedures between the Policy Council and the Board of Education. Next one. The initial Early Head Start and Head Start grant was received in the year 2000, and I think we started with like maybe 60 children. And since 2000, our program has grown with the support of the school district to 336 children, ages birth through age 3, and expectant women. These numbers do not include pre-K or preschool special education. Our program consistently maintains a waiting list. You have that data in the monthly Policy Council report that is actually, you have in your packet tonight. And I just wanted to say that on behalf of the program, the children and the parents and their families and all the staff, we so appreciate your support. It's not as unique as it used to be for a school district to address the early learning needs of families in our community. You know, we are out of the 6,400 plus children under the age of 5, 27% live below poverty. So if you see 4 children under the age of 5 at the grocery store or in our classrooms, at least one of those children is living with food insecurity, housing instability, and many other social and economic challenges. So it's a huge deal to have early learning services such as Early Head Start, pre-K and preschool special ed in our school district. On the slide that you're seeing right now, you can see the different program options. We have a home-based program. We have the services to pregnant women. We have the center-based services at the Early Learning Center East and West, and the Head Start 3-year-old program, which provides the least restrictive environment for many of our preschool special education students. We follow standards-based instruction using the Georgia Early Learning Standards, and that's the overarching standard that we use in addition to the Head Start Early Learning Outcomes Framework. The GELDS and the Hesselhoff are aligned so that we're meeting the state standards and we're meeting the federal standards, the indicators. For our home-based program, we have a research-based parenting curriculum called Parents as Teachers. For our services to pregnant women, we use a research-based program called curricular resource called Partners for a Healthy Baby. And for our center-based services for our infants, toddlers, and 3-year-olds, we utilize creative curriculum, which is also the same curriculum that the pre-K program is using. On the slide, there's a link to the GELS and the Hasselhoff. And one of our foundational approaches, interventions, is called Circle of Security. And there's also a link there for you to look into it. And it sets the standard for our approaches to building strong, healthy attachments with our children in the classroom. It's offered as training to our parents, our family support staff, our managers, and our teachers and paraprofessionals, so that they can understand how to respond to the emotional needs of the children in our program. And finally, our early Head Start eligibility and Head Start eligibility requirements. We must have methods to determine income eligibility, age eligibility, and this includes verifying that information and documenting their eligibility in our student information system. We have to have a process. We train our staff, we interview the parents, we collect the documentation, we collect certified birth certificates, signed eligibility determination records, and we verify that application with a staff signature, and we audit. We have a double-layer audit system to ensure that the families that get in are eligible. Consequences taken for attempting to provide or intentionally provide false information are covered through our school district policies and rules and conditions of employment. And our personal ethics. We utilize the same protocols like as other schools, like letters of directions, professional development plans, and up to and including termination of staff. Strategies for conducting interviews in a confidential manner that recognize the support needed for families struggling with issues of homelessness and domestic violence are covered in our training to ensure that no family should be afraid to apply or feel like they have been judged in any kind of way for their situation. We implement trauma-informed practices so that our families feel safe in an environment where they and their children can learn and grow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions for Ms. Moon? Ms. Bagby?
Did you say you had about 300 people that's on the waiting list? You said you have about 300 people on the waiting list, and I wanted to know what is it that could help you not have anyone on the waiting list?
That's a great question. So we receive funding for 336 individuals, children and pregnant women. So we have to maintain that enrollment. And our waiting list data is in your packet. And it's, if you look to the Policy Council report section that's provided every month, you will see the trend because we have it broken down by month. So if you look back into last year, you can see last year's data, but it's in the hundreds. In order to address our waiting list, there would have to be several things in place. First of all, it would have to be funded. It could be funded possibly federally if there were expansion dollars. If somehow there were monies at the state level made available in the governor's budget, we could do it like that. Those are big ifs. Or it could be funded locally through other means. The school district, I know, is not in a position to expand right now because we don't have space. So we're currently at the old Gaines building at the Early Learning Center East and at the Early Learning Center West. The other thing that we have to take into consideration is the space needed for the pre-K program for the 4-year-olds. Because the intention is to have from the womb to the room to the tomb. We want to provide a continuum of services that provide our children with the opportunity to fully meet the mission of the school district. You're welcome.
And I did look through September's report that's in our board meeting minutes, agenda, excuse me, and it looks like there were 44 center-based waitlist seats and 11 home-based. Does that seem pretty on par with what you tend to see from month to month?
So if you look at the applications, look at the number of applications.
74 new applications is what it said.
And it's also broken down by the different,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So the new applications, especially at September, we just refilled the whole program. So at the beginning of the school year, it's lower. And as we move through the school year, it gets higher.
Okay. Okay. All right. Are there other questions? Ms. Davis, your light is on. Does
Yes,
that?
ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Davis?
Thank you so much, and I love this program. And when I first came on the board, 12 years ago, I fell in love with the Head Start, Early Head Start program. The training for the parents, the training for the board members, everything was, all of a sudden I felt like I'd just fallen into information overload, and it was great. And I still support this and really do endorse this program. It still has the same challenges. We don't have enough space to do this. And yet we have data that tells us that 0 to 6 are the most critical years. At one point during this, and I haven't looked as closely as I did when I served on that board, how are we doing in tracking the performance of our students that participated in our Head Start and our Early Head Start programs? Are these the kids that are leading our elementary schools in achievement and on their criterion test? Are we able to see over time what effect we're having?
Dr. Stacy Newharth-Pritchett conducted a research study, I don't remember the exact date. It was conducted on the pre-K program, and she tracked students from pre-K through graduation and beyond. And what that research showed is that pre-K students who were later looked at in graduation performed better than their peers who had not received early intervention. There hasn't been a study done for early Head Start, but I mean, we started in the year 2000, so it may be possible to look at something like that, but you also have to consider the law of diminishing returns. So early Head Start and Head Start we're funded at a level to provide extremely comprehensive services to families who are experiencing the most harmful, adverse experiences. Some of our parents are homeless. Some of our parents are going through substance use, incarceration. Some of our families have all of those factors going on. And it impacts the well-being socially, emotionally, and academically. So in addition, 10% of our enrollment are students with disabilities. So we identify children when they are infants and toddlers, and then if they are still eligible for services, they go on into our preschool special education program. So I think you have to take into considerations, but overall, our teaching strategies goal assessment data shows that our children enter not meeting widely held expectations for their age and stage of development. So most often that's in the area of communication, cognition, and social emotional. And we see growth, so we have 3 checkpoints. And from fall to spring, you see growth. And if you look back on our school readiness presentation from last year, that's the trend. When the board approved the grant and our grant application, I believe we included some of our assessment data, but I'd be happy to get you our annual report to the public, which is actually published on the Early Learning website under the Early Head Start and Head Start page. And it's called the Annual Report to the Public. So we see tremendous growth. A lot of the issues that children have it's an opportunity gap. And once they get into the program, they are able to have the experiences necessary to experience growth across multiple domains of development.
Okay. Are there other questions for Ms. Moon? I'm sorry, Ms. Davis, I can't.
May I
didn't
make
hear
one quick comment?
you. Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm sorry to belabor this, but I want you to know that when I come and read to those darling children, I see none of those conditions that they came to you under. They are all just as loving and anxious to learn and spend time and be loved on. So you're doing a phenomenal job of again, giving them a safe haven, I would say, in which they can thrive. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. If there are no other questions for Ms. Moon, we will go ahead and dismiss.
Thank you.
You're free to have the rest of your night to yourself. Okay, so now we are, let me move back to the work session, sorry. Okay. Now we are at our personnel board report. Oh, that's a good question. Thank you, Dr. Scott. So do we want the bylaws that we need to approve for Early Head Start in a consent agenda, or would we like to vote for this item separately? Consent? All right. All right, Ms. Palmer, we'll put that vote in the consent agenda. Thank you. Thank you for that reminder, Dr. Scott. And then we have the personnel board report on our end. Do any members find the need for an executive session to discuss personnel? Everybody's good with the list? Okay. All right. So the personnel board report can move over to our regular meeting. Okay. And now we are at executive session. Dr. Scott, do we have any items to discuss in executive? Okay. Okay. So if there are no other items that any members would like to discuss, we are now at adjournment. And we will see each other at 7 o'clock. Thank you. All right, good evening, everyone. Another full room. This is exciting. Gosh, I hope our agenda items are as titillating as you want them to be. I don't know. We'll see. All right, so we are going to call this meeting to order. Superintendent Scott, would you like to take roll?
Heidi Hensley. Mary P. Bagby. Here. Linda Davis. Here. Dr. Patricia Yeager.
Here.
Tim Denson. Dr. Mumby Anderson.
Here.
Dr. Lakeisha Gant.
Here.
Nicole Hull. Mark Evans.
Okay, by the skin of our teeth of our skin? I don't know what the phrase is, but we barely have a quorum, so we're ready to proceed. And we will start with item 3, our silent meditation and Pledge of Allegiance. First, silent meditation. Okay, and now the Pledge of Allegiance, and the flag is up here on top of the stage to your left. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and I don't see Dr. Moore. Are we? Oh, there. All right, we are ready to move on to our most favorite, awards and recognitions. Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson, Dr. Scott. Good evening. Board members, we have a number of exciting student and staff recognitions to share with you tonight, so we're going to get started. But we do want to welcome our guests, the other half of the class from UGA's Grady College of Journalism reporting class. We also have some members from Lead Athens with us tonight, and they were here this morning, first at the district office and then traveled throughout the district to see our Early Learning Center. They went to ACCA, they went to Clarke Middle, they met with some community partners, so they had a big day learning about CCSD. When we asked at the end of the presentation here this morning who had learned something new, everybody raised their hands, so it was a great day once again. First up, we'd like to recognize one of our many talented young creative writers, Amal Maxwell, 4th grade student at J.J. Harris Elementary School, who put her talent on display during the recent Halloween season. Amal, who is the daughter of our very own Clarke Middle School principal Derek Maxwell, recently won first place among 65 4th graders statewide in the Georgia Writers Museum's 2025 Spooky Story Contest. Amal's story, which you have a copy of at your seat, front and back, so read both sides, was titled The Spooky House on Halloween, and it will be available on the Writers Museum's website for the next year. For her win, Amal also received a gift card from Barnes & Noble. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Amal Maxwell, her parents, if they're here, and her principal. Stand right up there for us. We're going to take a picture of Amal, and I'd like to ask any supporters she has here with her tonight to come up and join her. And then board members, let's go ahead and make your way up. We're going to take everybody's picture tonight, so you're going to get a little bit of exercise. Yep, go on up there. We can't wait to read your story, and congratulations on your big win. Okay, now wait right there. Wait right there. We've got more people coming up. Let's get our board members to come on up. And this is one you're going to want to put in your scrapbook, digital or real. Okay, yeah, get in there so we can see you. All right, that's a great picture. Move over just a little bit. There you go. There we go. Wonderful. Thank you all for coming out tonight, and congratulations. Next up, we have some return guests that you might remember from last year. At this time, I'm going to ask the Clarke Central High School varsity boys cross country team and coaches to make their way to the stage. Stand right up there. We're excited to share that the Gladiators finished second place overall out of 23 teams last weekend in the GHSA Class 5A State Championship meet at Carrollton High School. This was the team's second consecutive state runner-up finish and fourth straight finish in the top 3. The strong performance followed the Gladiators capturing their 6th consecutive regional title. Congratulations. At the state meet, the Gladiators were led by 3 top 10 individual finishers. Wave at us when I say your name. Seniors Waylon Vaughn, 4th overall. J.D. Daniel, 6th place. Good wave. Noah Kilpatrick, 9th place. Senior Torrin Trotter, sophomores Henry Morgan and Riker Comstock, and junior Charlie Black also competed in the race, while freshmen Wills Allen and Mason Marshall served as alternates. The Gladiators are led by head coach Erica Casio, head trainer Lee Patterson, and assistant coaches Rhea Kilpatrick and Josh Williams. Please join us in congratulating this team. And at this time, board, come on back up. I told you you're going to get your exercise. And parents and other supporters, if you'd like to come up and join the picture, please do so as well. Come on up. Come on. There we go. So we're going to get a workout tonight. You'll thank me later when you've been sitting for a while, right? There you go. One day you'll thank me. Perfect. All right, look this way. If you can't see Scott, he can't see you. Wonderful. Thank you and congratulations. We can't wait to see you next year. Now moving on to our staff recognitions, we'll start with our November Employee of the Month. At this time, I'd like to ask our Employee of the Month, Mr. John Herrera, to make his way to the stage. Mr. Herrera is a CCSD bus driver who serves Oglethorpe Avenue Elementary School. And like all of our, or most of our Employees of the Month, Mr. Herrera is very humble. And so, Mr. Herrera, just stand right there in the middle. I'm going to talk about you a little bit. It's probably going to make you uncomfortable, but enjoy it. Mr. Herrera is in his 18th year with the CCSD Transportation Department and currently drives routes for Oglethorpe Avenue. He was nominated by a member of the Oglethorpe Avenue staff, Counselor Christina Katsakas-Cordon, who praised him for supporting students in more ways than just transporting them to and from school, but also for advocating for them and helping connect them and their families to the right people at school if they need assistance or additional support. Ms. Katsakas-Cordon writes, Mr. John is well liked by the students at Oglethorpe Avenue, for whom he provides a literal and figurative connection between home and school as a bus driver. As a school counselor, I appreciate that he uses his unique perspective into the lives of students to refer students to me that he thinks could benefit from support. He shows genuine care for his students and recognizes his role in ensuring they reach their potential. In addition, he shows a commitment to improving our transportation processes, provides insight, and advocates for what bus drivers need to support our students. Mr. John's collaboration with OAES students and staff helps us all become better together. Mr. Sherrod Swift, CCSD Director of Transportation, adds, John Herrera is a valued member of our CCSD Transportation Department. As a dedicated and bilingual bus driver, John consistently provides excellent service with a friendly attitude. His reliability and positive spirit make him an outstanding example of commitment and teamwork. Please join me in congratulating and thanking our Employee of the Month, John Herrera. At this time, I'd like to ask our board once again to come up, and I'll ask Mr. Swift and any other supporters to come and join us for a photo. And Mr. Herrera, while they're making their way, I want to say that it's easy to come to work and do your job. It's easy not to come to work and not do your job, but it really takes a special person to come to work and go that extra mile. And we support you and thank you so much for all you do for our students. We also want to thank the Athens Area Chamber of Commerce and local businesses for once again supporting our Employee of the Month program by contributing to the winner's gift bag. Lots of good stuff in there. You're going to have a great time going through it. As a reminder, any member of our community may nominate any full-time CCSD employee with at least 1 year of service for this award. You can just go to the link that's on the screen to get you started on that nomination. Thank you for all you do, and congratulations. We appreciate you. And we have two final, last but not least, acknowledgments tonight. We would like to publicly recognize and introduce our 2025-2026 CCSD Teacher and Support Professional of the Year, Mr. Timothy Pritchett and Mr. Brian Smith, both of Barnett Shoals Elementary School, to our audience. So Mr. Pritchett, Mr. Smith, please make your way up to the stage while we tell everybody about you. Mr. Pritchett and Mr. Smith were announced last month at our annual Toddy Spotty Awards banquet, which several of you were able to attend. And as they make their way to the stage, here's what you need to know about them. First of all, Mr. Smith, wave. So we know Mr. Smith. You're not Mr. Smith. Yeah, no, yeah, Mr. Pritchett. Mr. Pritchett. Who's on first? I don't know. Mr. Pritchett. Mr. Pritchett has been with CCSD since 2019, starting as a teacher at Whit Davis Elementary School before moving to Barnett Shoals Elementary, where he has served for the past 5 years and currently teaches 3rd grade. During his time at Barnett Shoals, Mr. Pritchett launched Lunch Learners and After School Achievers, 2 free tutoring programs designed to provide targeted instruction and personalized attention to students. Lunch Learners students meet during the school day, and Mr. Pritchett works with small groups to reteach key concepts, strengthen foundational skills, and help students set personal academic achievement goals. After School Achievers extends classroom support beyond regular school hours and allows him to challenge students who are ready for advancement material while providing them with additional practice where needed. In addition to his tutoring work, Mr. Pritchett has been active in strengthening student engagement in the Georgia 4-H program and is a 4-time recipient of the Athens-Clarke County 4-H Outstanding Elementary School Teacher Award. Congratulations, Mr. Pritchett. And now, Mr. Smith, you take front and center, and then we'll get you both together. There we go. Mr. Smith is a native Athenian and proud product of CCSD, having attended Timothy Road Elementary School, Coyle Middle School, and Cedar Shoals High School, where he graduated in 2010. He has been employed with CCSD for 12 years, all of which have been spent at Barnett Shoals, where he currently serves as a behavior interventionist. Mr. Smith is the founder of Boys to Men, a mentorship and empowerment program at Barnett Shoals for male students in grades 3 through 5 that is designed to equip them with important life skills that will serve them well in both the classroom and in life. Character traits Mr. Smith focuses on through his guidance of the group include accountability, responsibility, resilience, confidence, and leadership. He said participants are encouraged to envision themselves not just as successful students, but as productive citizens who can positively impact the world. Since its founding in the 2016-2017 school year, Boys to Men has engaged more than 300 students at Barnett Shoals, and every participant in the initial cohorts gone on to graduate from high school, with many continuing into higher education, the military, and the workforce. Outside of his school day responsibilities, Mr. Smith coaches the Barnett Shoals boys basketball team and competes in the CCSD Elementary School Basketball League through the Athens Youth Development Initiative and is an assistant on the Cedar Shoals boys basketball coaching staff. And I also believe I'm correct in saying that Dr. Scott was your 2nd grade teacher. Is that right? So well done, Dr. Scott. Congratulations, Mr. Smith. You're going to take a photo, Scott, and then we're going to ask. And now we'll have you both come together, and board members, come on up and let's get a picture with these two outstanding men. I think you will agree with me that our students at Barnett Shoals, anyway, are in great hands, and we appreciate everything you do. And for those of you watching, I will tell you, these are two really nice gentlemen. Okay. Ms. Bagby, come on up. All right, smile. Thank you very much. You all may be seated. Let's give them one more round of applause. And Dr. Scott, that concludes our recognitions. I will now turn it back over to Dr. Anderson and the board for any recognitions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moore, and congratulations, everyone, on these amazing accomplishments and achievements. District students, staff, our teacher and paraprofessional of the year. This has been just an amazing way to celebrate all of your achievements. Does anyone in the board have any recognitions? Okay, I don't know if you're going to mention it during your superintendent's report, but the Clarke County School District did also just recently receive an award and a $10,000 check from the Charter School Systems Foundations for some of the innovative things that are happening in our buildings, and primarily the Leader in Me program and the TED Ed student program. So congratulations to Clarke County School District from the board. And any members of our audience who are wanting to leave at this point, as we move on to the next items of our next agenda items, our feelings will not be hurt. So feel free to exit if you do not want to participate in the remainder of our agenda. Now we will move forward with our public comment, and we will start with just a reminder of our policy BCBI on public participation. Each individual speaker will have up to 3 minutes to speak, at which point remarks must be concluded. Signs, flags, and banners are prohibited inside the board meeting room. Only residents of Clarke County, representatives of businesses or organizations located in Clarke County, parents or guardians of students attending the schools of the district, or district employees may speak. The board recommends that multiple speakers from a group or organization appoint a single representative to address the board. The speakers may bring printed or other supporting materials, and these materials should be given to the superintendent or designee and can be distributed to board members. Issues involving individual employees or individual students and pending litigation are not subjects for public participation. Speakers may not engage in disorderly, disruptive, disturbing, delaying, or boisterous conduct, such as, but not limited to, hand clapping, stomping of feet, whistling, making noise, use of profane language, or obscene gestures that substantially interrupt, delay, or disturb the peace and good order of the proceedings of the board. The board will not respond to comments made during public participation. The district may respond to public input as needed or appropriately within 10 working days. To protect the privacy of students, speakers are requested to refrain from identifying specific students by name. And lastly, no individual or group shall be retaliated against in any manner for speaking during public participation. And now we will start with our list of speakers. First up is Timothy Pierce.
Good evening, Board. My name is Timothy Pierce. I live in Winterville at 445 Athens Road. I want to talk to you tonight about Wesley Whitehead Park. I'm going to treat this really just as a introduction. You're probably going to hear from me a few times. I'm on the Winterville City Council. I got reelected this past November. One of my Goals is to help our municipality sort of expand. Wesley Whitehead Park, for those of you who don't know, is on Cherokee Road, right next to Winterville Elementary, and is owned by the school district. We're in the process of trying to expand our police and fire department. We're running out of space, and we're getting more and more people, as I'm sure you guys can appreciate. That is a challenging space to work within. You get less and less space, but more and more people. Where do you put the municipal needs? A prime location for us is Wesley Whitehead Park. It's right next to the school. It's right next to where a lot of the action is. It's easy access for a lot of our community. And we feel that the park would be a really great location. From my understanding from previous administrations, they've talked with you guys about this before, and the feedback was that you guys wanted to be able to have a better entrance to Winterville Elementary. I would love to work with you guys on that. Basically, using T-SPLOST funds, I've kind of got an idea on how we can work together to get better access to the school for you guys so that cars can get off the road, and we can move forward with making the entrance better for the school while also giving us what the city needs. I've reached out to Dr. Anderson before, and we've worked together on the Overview Commission, so I feel like there's already a working relationship that I hope to extend and grow in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Kat Mills.
Good evening. My name is Kat Mills. I'm in my 4th year of teaching at Clarke Central High School and have been working in Clarke County since 2018. Most recently, our ninth grade students were asked to drop a book and replace it with a common lit unit that we are piloting for rollout further out in other grades next year. I wanted to present some of the comments that my students gave me. I've anonymized it. I'm not going to give you their names, but this was, well, I'll get into it. So the things they had to say: these lessons were too safe and simple. I wish we could go more in depth in our work. Everything was so robotic and controlled. I want to read full books. Why did we only just read text excerpts and short stories? I haven't read a full book in school since 5th grade. Why do they think we're incapable of reading full texts? I enjoyed class today because we didn't do a lot and I didn't have to think too hard. And the final question, do they think we're stupid? Instead of being able to connect students to powerful memoirs like Maya Angelou's I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, written in the tradition of Frederick Douglass's autobiography, or a memoir that brings to light real issues faced by Native Americans in a currently segregated existence, we forced our students to read short excerpts and answer multiple choice questions. Instead of providing ways for them to, as James Baldwin said, learn that the things that tormented me most were the very things that connected me with all the people who are alive or who had ever been alive, we made English a test prep class. Shame on our district for pursuing easy data at the expense of educating our children. In answer to the question posed by my student, after being subjected to this farce masquerading as learning, no, they don't think you're stupid. They just aren't willing to allow you to do the work of thinking, reflecting, and joining the long-standing tradition of wrestling with the questions and problems of learning to engage with the written text. If they were, and if they thought you were more valuable as critical thinkers than as data points, our district's curriculum and instructional leadership at every level would act like it. Your teachers and students already do. It's time for the rest of the district to catch up. Please, when you are presented with test prep programs masquerading as English classes, please do not allow this. We are sacrificing the education of students on the altar of data, and it's time for that to end. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Alvin Sheets.
First, let me say happy holidays. Good evening. Alvin Sheets, Post Office Box 5142, Athens, Georgia 30604. Good evening, Superintendent Scott, President Anderson, Clarke County School District representatives, and staff, and all other esteemed ones. I'm addressing West Broad Street School tonight. I would implore you, encourage you, if necessary, compel you to reestablish West Broad Street School as an early learning center for our children. Pre-K through third grade, with 2 people or more in the classroom. If we truly believe that children are our future, let's prepare them properly. I represent the NAACP tonight, as well as concerned citizens for the future of West Broad Street School and our children. And once again, happy holidays. Good night.
Thank you. Okay. Next up is Life Lemuel LaRoche.
Good evening. My name is Lemuel Life LaRoche. I am the founder and executive director of Chess and Community. For over 15 years, we've been providing a lot of free work in the Athens community where we teach our children critical thinking through chess, problem solving through robotics, civic engagement, civic leadership, as well as conflict resolution through debates. And the month of October and November has been our civic leadership, civic education month, where our students got to choose and elect presidents and vice president. So tonight we do have a president and vice president of Chess and Community, and we gave them a challenge. Identify what you see as some issues in the schools, and not just present the problem, also begin to explore what are some potential solutions. So we do have our Chess and Community representatives in the space, and I look forward to hearing what some of the students have to say. We've been doing a lot of work with the schools throughout the last 15 years, and I just want to let CCSD know that we appreciate that.
Thank you. Right, it's a great program. Next up, we have Tristan Rucker? You can introduce yourself, tell us who you are.
Good evening, everybody. I am Tristan Rucker, and I am president of the Chess and Community Club here in Athens, Georgia. In our generation, a lot of people write off bullying as just joking around, but it's really not funny. It's harmful. Many students don't realize how serious it is because they're not the target, or they don't see it happening. In Athens, Clarke County, bullying has become a problem in both middle and high school, and it's affecting people's mental health, confidence, and safety. Some students already deal with problems at home, and bullying only adds to the stress. This can lead to things like anxiety, depression, fights, and even suicidal thoughts. Everyone deserves to feel safe and respected, but too many teens are hiding their feelings behind screens and fake smiles. With this, we intend to stop this. So, bullying, no matter whether it's online or in person, is a very serious violation of power. It hurts people deeply. Our generation needs to do better at recognizing that words and actions matter. We have to start treating people with the dignity and kindness we all deserve, because no one should feel worthless or alone just for being themselves. That is all I have for you today, and I welcome in my affiliate, the Vice President.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rucker. That was really well stated. And his colleague, Mr. Howard.
Hello, Hello, my name is Samuel Howard, and I am the Vice President of Chesson Community. And here are the solutions of bullying. A good solution would be to create a grievance or resolution box where students can safely and secretly share their experiences with bullying or personal issues. This would give them a voice, allow staff to address problems early, and help create safer and more supportive school environment. Another solution is to host a Bullying Awareness Week in the month of October, where students and staff come together to promote kindness and understanding. Each day could focus on a different type of bullying, including wearing a specific color to support, and end with a day to honor victims and encourage unity across the school. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Very well stated. And up next, we have Mr. Arami Osei Frimpong.
Good evening. My name is Irami Osei Frimpong. I live at 475 Brookwood Drive. I have 3 kids in CCSD, third grader, a fifth grader, and a seventh grader at Hillsman, the third grader and fifth grader at Barnett Shoals. One of them is lucky enough to be a student of the Teacher of the Year, Mr. Pritchett. So I feel blessed in that way. Now, I came here for 2 reasons. One is that at the middle school and high school level, there's too much teaching farmed out to learning applications, and especially when those learning applications come home and screens are introduced into my household. I do not appreciate homework that has to be done on the computer, and I know that the argument's probably going to be that technology is in all of their lives, so we have to get them used to these working with the computers, but it actually disrupts the flow of my household insofar as we don't have screens in the household that are used by children. So this introduces something that I think is actually pernicious, and I say this with a little bit of confidence because my own kids score very well on all of their tests that they're taken on computers, but they don't use computers at home because I read to them in books and we do things with pencils and papers, and I think that you can use technology for the tests without having technology be part of your life. And I think all of us here who are over a certain age learn math and reading with pencils and papers and chalk, and we worked out pretty well. And I think it gives a more rigorous engagement with the material. I worry that the screens are used because it's maybe more convenient for the teachers, but not necessarily good for the students. And it teaches them that learning should be fun, but not all learning should be fun. Some of it's hard work, and it should feel hard, and that's okay. And let me segue to the second issue I came here to talk about, is I teach hard work through being the cross-country coach at Hillsman Middle School, and because my daughter's a 7th grader there. And I am trying to advocate for a 5K and a 3K trail to be installed at Cedar Shoals High School. Now, the ROTC coach, the ROTC leader is heartily in favor, and the cross-country coach at Cedar Shoals is heartily in favor. So what I need this body to do is use whatever influence you have to move the process along and get a quote for how long or how much the cross-country trail would cost, and then I'll find a way to figure out how to get the money. But please, I'd rather not have to go to Athens Christian to run races or East Jackson High School to run races, because right now my kids, who are actually pretty fast, have been recruited, and I'd rather them just stay in Cedar Shoals High School and run very well there. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't think we have any other individuals. There was somebody crossed out, Samuel Howard. If they're here, they're welcome to come up and speak. Otherwise, I think that concludes our public comments. All right. We will now move on to item 6, to adopt the agenda.
I move that we adopt the agenda.
Second.
All right, motion made by Dr. Yeager and seconded by Ms. Davis. All in favor of adopting the agenda as presented, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All right. And you'll notice that our agenda has kind of shifted around a little bit. We moved the voting items up to take care of that business in case, we lose any one person during the meeting. If anybody leaves, we will not be able to vote on any items, so we've moved those items up. So we will begin with with item 7, our consent agenda, and that's to approve those items that we spoke about in work session and made a consensus agreement that would be voted on as a package. That's the work session board meeting minutes, field trips, early Head Start governance plan, policy DJD expense reimbursement, and policy DC annual operating budget.
I move that the consent agenda be approved as presented.
Second?
All right, that motion was made by Ms. Davis, seconded by Dr. Yeager. All in favor of approving the consent agenda items, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All right, that motion passes. Now we are moving on to items for individual approval. First, our September 25th financials, and Mr. Greiner, would you like to come up and give us a rundown?
All right. Thank you, Dr. Anderson. You have before you the September 30th financial statements, or the financials. Actual revenues, slightly less, 27.2 million compared to budgeted 27.5. Again, tried to base that on historical trends. There's always going to be some variances when our property tax money comes in. We'll talk about that in just a second. Actual expenditures, 51.8 million compared to budgeted 51.2 million, so slightly over there. Finished October today. We're slightly under in October, so it's just kind of the timing of some of those expenditures as we mentioned in the past. September is always the lowest our fund balance will be at any point in time in the year just because of the timing of our tax receipts. So 29.4 million as of September 30th. For example, it'll be when you see October, it's going to look a whole lot different because of our tax collections in October. Budgeted was 30.2 million, so pretty much tracking. No concerns. Everything seems reasonable at this point. October, we've got in 97 million roughly in property tax receipts. Remember, property tax bills were due October 20th, so this will look completely different in October. I'll be happy to answer any questions y'all might have on the financials.
Are there any questions? Okay. All right. Sorry, I've lost my place here. I think we're ready to, do you have another report that you wanted to present?
That's it. The only other comment I would make, we are finishing up our FY25 audit. That's by Malden and Jenkins, who we contracted with, which was approved last year. That should be done by the end of December. We're kind of in the final stages of that now, so we should have the report by the end of December.
Okay. Oh, yes, and that also prompted me to remind the board that there is the document in the this last week's board update for adding our thoughts on priorities as they start to roll out their budget planning process.
Right. I think the deadline we originally had in there for that was December 1st, I believe. You can look at the time on that. So, yeah.
Okay, so we got a couple of weeks.
Approaching quickly. So, yeah.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, so that item is ready for a motion.
I so move that we adopt the financials as presented.
Second?
Okay, motion made by Ms. Davis and seconded by Dr. Yeager. All in favor of approving the September 25th financials, please raise your hand high and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes. Now we are on Cisco collaboration purchase. As a reminder, this was discussed in the work session. I think there was a question about how long we've had this contract, about 5 years or more. 2020?
Yes, we were able to inquire through Ms. Jackson, Veronica Jackson, and she has confirmed that we've had this contract for a little over 20 years.
Oh, a little over 20 years. I thought you said 2020. Okay, so we've had this contract for a very long time. Are there any questions or points that any members would like to make before we make a motion? No, we need the motion first, sorry. We need a motion first. Any motion?
I move that we approve the Cisco collaboration purchase.
Somebody's got a second. Or a substitute motion?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Dr. Yeager, seconded by Dr. Gant. Now, the floor is open for any questions or comments.
So my comment again is that again, when we make purchases from the state-approved contract list, obviously we do have some benefits because those rates have been negotiated across the state, and so you get to realize perhaps the best offer there. But I want us to weigh that against our disparity study that says we only do business with 5% of our contracts go to minority and women-owned businesses. And if we are continuing to do this for 20 years, that will not change. And so I would ask us to maybe look at what safeguards can we put in place to at least give people an opportunity to bid on these particular contracts, or maybe even evaluate the effectiveness of the contracts in some interval. And I don't know what that interval should be, but I do know that if we continue down this road with all of our contracts that are like that, then those numbers will not change for us in terms of how we are opening up our opportunities for other people to participate in economic prosperity in our community.
Okay. Just to maybe throw this out there to the district, are there other, I guess, providers of this type of service? Is this something that's pretty niche and unique, or if an RFP were to open up, would we have opportunities to explore other contracts?
Mr. Griner or Mr. Gilbert?
I mean, again, I think this is, of course, Mr. Duke's wheelhouse, but, my prior school district experience, something like we're talking about Cisco-related products, so this is through CDW. I don't really know of a lot of local vendors who would be able to provide that, I think, at the Denver level. Now, there are, of course, every situation is a little different. I think with this case, it is, going through CDW. In the computer realm, it's a little bit narrower field of being local vendors in that market. So I think that's why I think Mr. Duke, definitely uses the contract with CDW for a lot of these technology purchases. I think, if there was, I just don't know, and I may be wrong, not knowing all the vendors here in Athens, Clarke County, I think this is more of a specialized product that is easier, purchase through CDW.
Okay.
And I think competitive, I'm sorry, and I think competitive pricing wise, it's hard to match. CDW is the preferred. Other districts I've been in, their pricing is typically, definitely in line, if not much lower than what you would find probably elsewhere.
Okay. Are there other questions? Dr. Yeager? Ms. Bagby?
So if other vendors don't know that, they have opportunity to engage or make a bid for this business. It's like closed, so.
Right, I think when these are bought like on contracts, like I do, sitting at our school business officials conference last week, listening to the state procurement office when they get these contracts, they're doing the bidding process at the state level, so they're actually vetting this against other competitors, and again, trying to get the lowest price. A lot of times when you buy these contracts like that, it's already been, the RFP has been handled by somebody else, and you're just kind of, using that through the contract process.
Okay. Ms. Davis, your light is on. Do you have another follow-up, or?
Yeah, my follow-up is kind of like this. I've been I grew up in telecom, and so Cisco's been around since I retired 20 years ago. And there are competitors. And so my question would be, how competitive do we know of any other options on that contract list that we could choose from? Again, the goal is to spread the wealth around and not create generational wealth within a single contract, which we've done. And so I would want us to at least take under advisement perhaps a way to look at how can we meet the needs of ensuring that we are fair and open in our bidding process, and even in our procurement process. Because again, if we can go to the list and choose, we understand what went into making that list. And I have every confidence that it is true and accurate. But my question is there anybody besides Cisco on that list that could have qualified to do this work? And absent that due diligence, then again, we will continue to perpetuate the problem of the disparity in how contracts are awarded.
Yeah, and I think that's where Mr. Duke could definitely speak to that from a again, technology is not my wheelhouse, but I think that would be where he could, definitely, validate, the selection of Cisco and why the district chose that, going back 20 years. But I think, yes, very valid questions.
Sure. I'm not picking on technology, and I'm not picking on Cisco. I'm simply saying if we are going to be more equitable, then we have to do something different in terms of how we allocate these resources. Thank you.
Okay, we do have a motion on the floor. I think we've kind of exhausted the ideas behind our vote, so we might at this point be ready for a vote. Oh, yeah, sorry, Dr. Gant.
It's not quite a substitute motion, but I guess in the spirit of the discussion, Dr. Scott, is there flexibility to, the contract expires in 2028, and so what would be the impact, I guess, on the district if this was something that was delayed, maybe so that we could see, not necessarily put out an RFP, but gather more information about what Mr. Greiner is saying about other possible vendors. Would that disrupt the contract or the services to the district?
I do not know the exact dates of the start and end date, and so if it does end prior to that, then it would be a disruption because it would mean that we would lose all phone service and therefore lose the capacity to communicate. Okay. And then also because this phone system is used for our security doors as well, then it would impact that.
So I wonder if it would be maybe helpful, and I don't know what type of pressure this would put the district under, Dr. Scott, but maybe to table it until our December meeting so that we can, I know we have the contract here, but maybe just so we can have a better understanding of maybe what that competition is. And I don't think from what I've been able to see, it looks like there's still some time left. Like the contract is not expiring. What we currently have with them is not expiring like this month, correct? Or am I misinterpreting?
That's the piece that I do not know.
I see.
I do not know the exact date because it's not referenced in here. It's just referencing how long this extended or the next year contract will run.
Right, that's the piece I see.
February
Because
is the only
for the
firm
most
date.
part, what you all are approving is the increase in price because this was originally approved as a part of the budget.
Yeah.
And so because of the increase, that's why it's being brought back to you.
And that was what
as
kind of,
far as I know, they may have already signed on, but then just received the contract for this next.
Yeah.
yeah, that was what perked my ears up when we initially talked about this, Dr. Scott, was the increase in the price from the time that it was approved with the budget-making process, and it just kind of seemed like, well, if they're increasing the price, why don't we explore other options? But if a contract has already been signed, do we then are we then breaching our contract if it was signed at the point that our budget was approved?
That's what I need to investigate.
Okay. Is it possible to table this conversation until December, team, just to clarify some of these questions and to also table this conversation?
Mr. Gilbert, would you check with Mr. Duke to see what he can provide for you right now, and then we can come back to that.
Okay.
Because it sounds like, so we're saying we are taking action on the increase. The contract is just there for our information. Is that what I'm understanding this to be? Okay. Not sure.
Yeah.
I think
I don't understand that.
so the list that's approved with the budget is anything over 50,000 we put on the list. It doesn't, I don't think the contract had actually been signed at that point. It's a budgeted item that's over 50,000 we put on the list. And then those contracts come up for renewal fiscal year, but y'all essentially approved the budgeted amount.
Okay.
I think that's really the purpose of that list, because the contracts renew at different points in time, but that's just items that are over 50,000. I think the goal of that, so, and I wasn't here when that list was established a couple of years ago, was so we wouldn't have to bring so many items to y'all could approve as part of the budget, was my understanding.
Okay. So there is a motion on the floor. We can either make a substitute motion to table this item, or we can go ahead and vote on the motion that's on the floor. Those are our two.
I'll make a substitute motion to table this item until our December meeting, with the understanding that any additional, clarifications be provided.
A second?
All right, there's a substitute motion on the floor, which means we need to vote on the substitute motion. So the substitute motion is to table this item until our December meeting. If there are any additional points of data that you all need from this team to make a decision when we revisit this in December, can you please reach out to them so that we don't then move this down into a January and later dates, if this motion passes? Dr. Yeager? Yes.
So I guess I'm still unclear whether not voting on this today is going to get us in default and lose our phones. I mean, it's not clear to me that this isn't needing to be done right now, and until we get the word that this doesn't need to be done right now, I'm a little worried about canceling our phone service, which is, Dr. Scott just said, is also our security service.
Okay,
It
well,
seems foolish.
Okay. Mr. Pruitt, I don't know what our parliamentary procedure is on, at this point, we have a motion, substitute motion on the floor. We want to give Mr. Gilbert the minute to look up the dates of this contract. We can push it till December? Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. That was quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert.
All right. So there's a motion, the substitute motion to table to December. I need a second. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Davis seconded. Substitute motion made by Dr. Gant. All in favor of tabling this item to December, please raise your hand high, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes. All right, we are now moving to policy DA, goals and objectives. Yes, so we moved this from the consent agenda due to some members wanting to change the action versus active versus passive language. We need a motion on the floor if that conversation is going to continue, or...
I move that we approve policy DA.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Dr. Yeager, seconded by Dr. Gant. So does anyone have any further input other than the active versus passive language on the policy? Okay,
Does that
so
come
I'm
forward
gonna...
with this motion, but with this action of moving it for a separate vote? Will we look at that, or it just goes away and we just vote on what we have? Is that what
Well,
happens?
since no one else had any objections
Right.
at that work session, we went ahead and placed it for individual vote to let
Okay.
the board members decide what they wanted to do.
Those of us that
So
are
we
here.
could either kill it or not kill it based on the vote.
Sure.
Okay. So there is a motion and a second. Any other discussions? Okay. All in favor of the motion to pass policy DA, goals and objectives, please raise your hand high and say aye. Okay. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Those opposed?
Aye.
Okay. That motion passes 4-1. Now we are on to personnel board report. So we just need a motion for that.
I move that we approve the personnel report.
Okay. I need a second.
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Dr. Yeager and seconded by Dr. Gant. All in favor of approving the personnel board report, please raise your hand and say aye. All right, that motion passes unanimously. And now we are on to Yes, we are moving past our voting items, is that right? Okay, we're good. Okay. Now we are at item 9, and that's for our presentations. We will start with our human resources update on policy.
Just an update.
Okay, update on sick leave bank or something. Oh, nope, just an HR update, sorry.
So we have Mr. Swartz here, our Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources, to provide you with an update on our human resources.
Yes. Good evening, board members. Thank you for having me. A number of initiatives have been approved by you over a couple of years, and you asked, can we bring those back and hear about them on an annual basis? And so this is what we're trying to do today, is just give you a few highlights, some statistics about human resources and the work that we're doing, and then really the focus is on those initiatives to give you an update. So all that we do in human resources, we try to align to this strategic plan to be connected, talented, and thriving. That's what we want for our students. That's what we want for our staff. But most of our work falls under optimized talent. Our mission in the Human Resources Department is to provide excellent customer service and benefits to our staff so that they can focus on the students in the community. And we believe that by attracting and retaining exceptional educators, we'll cultivate a diverse and inclusive community where every employee thrives. And we believe that when our employees thrive, our students thrive. As you saw there, customer service is big for us. That's a priority for us. So on our taglines on our email, we have how are we doing for each and every email that we send out. Individuals within who receive those emails can click on that link and tell us how we're doing. And so this is real live data that we look at and we respond to. As you can see, we're doing fairly well. We're at 4.3 on overall satisfaction out of a 5.0. And we're continuing to work to improve that. In addition to our little how are we doing link, we also have a district support survey that asks questions around human resources, around similar topics. So this is what our staff is saying around responsive, quality, and professionalism. Over last year to this year, we have seen an increase. This is a priority for our team. We've done book studies, we've done trainings, and we talk about it at each one of our monthly team meetings to try to improve this. I'm excited for that growth. I know we have some room to grow, but we're headed in the right direction. Just to highlight again, recruitment and retention are big factors within human resources. So just wanted to share how we've been doing with recruitment. Last year we hired 156 teachers, and we continue to see our numbers being fully staffed year in, year out, ticking up ever so slightly. My goal is always 99%, and we have finally reached that. We are at 99.2. We want to now set a new target of getting to 100. I think we can do that with some of the initiatives that we have going on. So I'm excited for that challenge. But the first thing we want to do is we want to retain our staff that we already have. And so we look at retention in a number of different ways, and I'll show you how we look at that so that you can see what we're focused on and what we have priorities around. So we just want to make sure both from our classified and our certified staff that we are retaining both of those different groups well. Overall, our CCSD employment retention has increased. As you noticed, we hired less staff members this year, so we are now seeing an increase in retention. We do this data, we wanted to present in November because we do a large classified and certified personnel information upload to the state, and so that gives us a constant benchmark that we're using every October to look at, okay, who was there last October, who is there this October, and with all of that data, we can dissect it in a number of different ways. So one of the first things that we take a look at is how are our professionally certified teachers doing compared to our provisionally certified teachers. We recognized this back in 2022 that we have an area of growth, and so we've had a focus on supporting the provisionally certified teachers. We've extended our new teacher orientation. We've partnered with our SPED department to provide extra support, and so we are seeing gains in that area. I will also say this is a large work of our school leaders. We've talked to them a lot about what are the structures and systems to be in place for provisionally certified teachers to retain and stay with us. In addition to provisional versus certified, we also look at years of experience. That's a big factor. As you can see, we identified a gap with the induction phase. There's lots of research out there that the induction phase, really years 1 through 3, is where you need to focus your energy around retention. And that was the case for us. We were pretty low, and so we put a lot of energy into supporting the induction phase teacher. Again, this is strong work by our principals, talking about how do we onboard them properly, so we revamp some of those things. And I want to shout out the veteran teachers in this category, because we retain veteran teachers at a very high clip, but one of the big focuses that we had around the induction phase is the mentor-mentee relationship. So we've done a number of years work to strengthen that relationship between the mentor and the mentee. So I just want to give a strong shout out to all of the veteran mentors that contribute to the increase in the retention of the induction phase teachers. Another way we want to look at that is we want to make sure that we're retaining all types, and so we look at this regularly. You can see from the statistics on the left-hand side, those are our largest categories: Black or African-American teachers, as well as white teachers. You'll notice some swings high and low over the other areas. I did want to provide the in size there because that does matter, and that creates a little bit of a higher volatility. For the American Indian, for example, last year we had 3 teachers, this year we have 2. And so we believe the in size is what's contributing to some of those swings, but we will continue to monitor those things over the years. And the in size is the max number that it has been over the course of any one of those 3 years. When you put all that together, this is what you get from a certified demographic standpoint. So I'll give you a moment to take a look at that while I grab a swivel letter. We believe our recruitment and retention strategies have led to this, and we'll talk a little bit about our sort of career development, because we have placed a large emphasis on developing our current staff that we have, as well as providing opportunities for our community. And so when we talk about our career development focus, what we're talking about is personalized coaching and conversations that we have. When we have new employee orientation every other week, we bring them in, we inform them all about our strategic plan, our mission, and our vision, and we also tell them that we don't want them to have a job with us. We want them to have a career, and we provide different opportunities for people to engage in what jobs do they want for the future. So we want to support them for what they have now, but also for the future. So we do provide those conversations on a regular basis, and then that leads into professional learning and development opportunities. And we are providing these both for certified and classified staff. So I was just excited to work with a number of nutrition supervisors around leadership development. And so we're working to develop both certified and classified opportunities. One of those things for our certified staff is the Aspire Leaders. These are mainly like teacher leaders. And then we moved into a program called Thrive, which is training, harnessing, and reinforcing an impactful vision for excellence for our new assistant principals and principals, so that they can have a community and a small cohort where they'll learn from other veteran assistant principals and principals in hot topics that they might not have experienced in previous roles. So things like how to have coaching conversations and manage allotments, things of that nature. And then I really want to get to the special initiatives that you all have approved, like residencies and opportunity culture. So I'll highlight that in a second, but I do want to kind of highlight the development that we've had thus far, so we do have some interesting numbers. Excited that we have promoted 17 classified staff into a certified teaching position just this year. So we're very excited about that. They represent 75 years of service to CCSD. So when we started looking at all this stuff, we realized that we had great talent right around us. We just had to give them opportunities to get developed and to take on new roles. So that means within the last 3 years, we've actually promoted almost 70 classified staff members into a teacher of record position. So we're very pleased with that. In addition, we started tracking promotions and how are we doing with our internal promotion. And we have promoted 17 certified staff members into things like instructional coaches, multi-classroom leaders, which come through opportunity culture, and school administrators. And there's a photo there of a session that we were just having for our classified staff with Christopher Bentley, Audrey Carlisle, and classified staff. So opportunity culture was an initiative that you approved a couple of years ago. We had a year worth of development in that, implementation, and so we just had last year our first cohort do an entire year of opportunity culture. To give you a real quick overview of opportunity culture, we are working through a strategic staffing model to ensure all students have excellent teaching consistently. And what this does for educators when we give them this career ladder within the classroom, it allows them to take on new responsibilities for more pay, all while staying in the classroom as opposed to having to seek promotional opportunities outside of the classroom, like assistant principal and principal. So, the principals are up there for you. We really believe in these. We want to reach more students with excellent teachers in their teams. We want to pay those teachers more for extending their reach. So these roles are have a supplement of $4,000 to $12,000 based off of the type of role, all while staying in the classroom and increasing their reach and their responsibilities. So we really are big on that. And we're doing this all within regular budgets. So this isn't grant funded, this isn't extra dollars year after year. This is all within our current FTE allotment system. The other piece of that is we want to protect the in-school time, the planning, the collaboration, the development. This really creates cohesive teams, and they need time to plan and develop. And then we want to match the authority and the accountability to each person's responsibility. So we do track data for how people are doing in these roles. So here are the list of schools. So cohort 1 started with a brave 4, Winterville, Timothy Road, Bernie Harris Lyons, Clarke Central. Each school had to opt into this. This is not something that we want to put on a school. We want to grow this organically, and so 4 leaders thought that their school had the right conditions, the right leadership to be able to implement something like this. And cohort 2 just started this year. With Coyle and Cedar Shoals, and we believe cohort 3 will have some new schools to share with you. And so just to give you a couple of highlights, there are a ton of highlights, but just wanted to share these because these aligned with the strategic plan. Clarke Central created 2 special education MCLs. When we say MCLs, we're talking multi-classroom leaders. If you think about a teacher, we're teaching students directly on a regular basis, day in and day out, as well as an instructional coach, someone who's leading, facilitating, supporting teachers. We put those together. That's my best definition of a multi-classroom leader. And so they love it. They get the best of both worlds. They get the impact of like leading and training and developing teachers, as well as still working very closely with students on a regular basis, even in sometimes having their own classes, whether they're a full release MCL or a partial release MCL. We are pleased that they had a focus around special education students and obtaining credits, and we did see a strong increase in there with that, which aligns to our strategic plan. And then grade 7, we had a multi-classroom leader focused on math, and they really did amazing work. They nearly doubled the district average on the 2025 GMAS with that 7th grade MCL. So we're very excited about that. Other things to share, but this is this initial, so we were very shocked to see Cedar Shoals is first year implementing right now, so we don't really have any hard concrete data like I just shared, but the interim 1 for biology, I have it right here, they went from 31% last year to 54% on their interim 1 for biology. So that's just interim assessment, but I hope to see that improvement on the end of course assessment. The other initiative that I wanted to share with you is this idea of residency apprenticeships. And so when we talk about this initiative, it is really a training model for staff. We want to provide an opportunity for them to grow their skills while in a job, earning a wage, and receiving college credit from their job and the work that they're doing. In addition to that, we, as a district, are financially providing a portion of this tuition cost for them. Why we believe in this so much, we really believe that this is going to help us with our retention of our current staff members as well as our community with this concept of grow your own. And we believe that also will lead to strong recruitment by eliminating barriers to the profession. We're seeing decreased numbers across the institutions of higher ed and their employer prep program, education prep programs. And so we felt like we really needed to do something to grow our own teachers. And we did this through our residency-based teacher apprenticeships. So I shared this graphic with you probably about a year ago. We have a framework or an idea of where we want to go with residencies. This is an innovative and new model recently in education. And so we started in January 2025 with a SPED teacher residency that's currently in progress, and I'll give you a slide and update around that. And we hoped that we could really make something happen with UGA around their middle grades teaching, and we were able to do it. So we're very excited that we currently have in progress 4 staff members doing a 1-year MAT residency within our schools. We have not gotten any traction around elementary teachers. Elementary teachers is the largest number of specific types of teachers that we hire, so that's why we identified that need. But to date, we haven't had any traction. And with everything going on with the federal government, we've started to see some of those grants that may have had an opportunity to seed some of this work. Those grants are declining, but we're still going to sort of remain optimistic and continue to look for opportunities to partner. We believe that we can get there. So to highlight our residency teacher apprenticeship for special education, so just a reminder, we started this work in January. We launched with 2 residents where they do have a very lengthy and extensive application process. Because we are providing compensation for the work that they do as well as tuition support, we want to make sure that we hire the very best in those positions. So we have 2 residents right now at Fowler Drive in Holston. I can give you an update that they have completed their first semester in flying colors, and in fact, one is already ahead of schedule, and we are likely to be able to hire that person into a special education teacher position in a year and a half. And so we're very excited about that. The overall program, you can go from 0 credits at an institution of higher ed to a Georgia certification in 3 years. So because of the job-embedded nature of this residency, we can fast-track this program, and so that's very exciting. Again, we subsidize a portion of this, but candidates do have to contribute a portion as well. So we launched cohort 2 in the fall, and we have 9 residents there. Those 4 that you see are representative of those 9. So as you can see, it's not just SPED paraprofessionals. We have a Brailleist, we have an adapted, we have an elementary paraprofessional. And my favorite thing up there, I have to say, is Miss Ivy, because last year she was one of our students. And that's what we want to do. We want to connect this all the way down as an opportunity for our students. And if you had the opportunity to visit ACCA and their work, we are partnering very strongly with them to make this a pipeline for our students to benefit from. So Miss Ivy was one of those students who just graduated from the Teaching as a Profession pathway. She applied and she got in, and now she is a paraprofessional at one of our elementary schools. So I'm so excited of that and so excited of what's to come with that. So we talked a little bit about funding because this was an investment, but we did have opportunities for grant dollars. And so I did want to share with you that we are receiving grant dollars. We are in our 2nd year of receiving the Public Service Apprenticeship Program grant. Now this is $5,000 for up to 5 candidates for CCSD. So they get $2,500 one year, $2,500 the next year, but we only get to have that grant for up to 5 individuals per year. And so the first year we were able to get those candidates and get them that $5,000. And we are very close to getting an MOU together with our local workforce board. We just have to get a couple of department labor things nailed down, and that's been a little hectic recently with the shutdown. But once we get that taken care of, we've already talked it through. And for those candidates who qualify financially, they're going to get $7,500. And so we are going to be able, when you combine that $5,000 with the $7,500, we are going to be able to see some of that investment that we put forward, we're going to realize some of that back through those grants. So I'm very pleased about that. And the next one here is this UGA teacher residency. So we have 4 residents in science. They are all at Clarke Middle School in either 7th or 8th grade, being mentored and trained by our very own teachers, while also going through a rigorous 1-year MAT program with UGA. I'm very proud of the work that our friends at UGA have done with us. We're very excited that we got to this point to see it through. And so those individuals are gonna, they're oftentimes they didn't go to school for a teaching education, but they're gonna transition in there, and we're going to develop them before they take on the classroom. And so they are doing that 1-year MAT program that's gonna lead to certification as a UGA graduate assistantship, so their tuition is fully paid, and they are receiving compensation as a resident through the National Center for Teacher Residency. We received a Boundless Educator Initiative grant that is allowing them to also receive a stipend on top of free tuition. So we are excited that we have been in talks about expanding this to other middle grade content areas. And so now we're looking at what does that look like. We're also going to have to introduce new compensation and tuition assistant models that we believe will work similar to what we've been doing with this first year. And so we are about to start underway recruiting for cohort 2. So very excited about that partnership. And I share this not to highlight ourselves, but to really recognize the investment that you all have made in the Human Resources Department and the innovative initiatives that you have partnered with us. Christopher Penley is in the bottom right-hand corner. This is a Georgia DOE webinar across the state. And if you notice the title, Lessons Learned in Establishing a Residency Teacher Apprenticeship Program. So they are actually asking us to come and share how did we do this, how did we move forward, so that other districts can start to think about how to grow your own. So I'm very proud about that because we're leading the way in Georgia. And then I had the opportunity to go to a national HR conference and be a panelist on the session Amplifying Your Talent Pipeline, Growing Special Education Teachers from Within. And as you can see, it's a pretty packed room, very informative, very fun to share all the things that we're doing. And a couple of them were like, what did you say to your board? And I said, I just laid it out and they approved it. And they were like, kudos to you. And so that's why I want to share that, because this innovative work wouldn't have been possible without you. So thank you for your support. Also want to say thank you to Dr. Scott for her support and her leadership. And all of the things that I shared there wouldn't be possible without the partnership of the cabinet and all of their different departments. They support us in so many ways to be able to produce what we're doing in all of this innovation. So we believe that's how HRs live in the mission, to provide a connected, talented, and thriving workforce in CCSD. So. Sorry I went through that fast. I had a lot of slides. I was a little excited. So.
Thank you so much, Mr. Schwartz. That's so amazing. Love to get an update. Do we have any questions or comments from members of the board? Dr. Yeager?
I just want to say congratulations and thank you, thank you, thank you. I've been watching human resources evolve over the last 5 or 6 years, and I'm just so impressed. You are doing some really great work.
Yeah, I have to give it all to the team. My team is amazing. They are really fantastic. And I think that I can't overemphasize the partnerships and the collaboration that's happening right now, as well as the school leaders. The school leaders are doing tremendous work. We're partnering very well together. So nothing is possible without their hard work.
I did want to follow up. I don't know if you listened to the local news, but UGA got recently a $5 million National Science Foundation to work on science teachers. Have we reached out to them to see how we might benefit from that $5 million grant and maybe work with them on science teacher preparation?
Yes, we are. I don't know about that specific one, but we are, with our partnership with UGA, we do have strong collaboration. We are constantly going back and forth with ideas of how can we support one another and create new residencies and new opportunities. So we've tinkered with things like elementary education and special education. Where we've seen the most traction is at the MAT level and their middle grades. But because that's been successful, their colleagues have started to see that work move forward, we are in conversations in other ways. But I'll ask specifically about that.
Yeah, it's Julie Luft and others, but yeah, I can send you the link.
Absolutely, that would be great. I'm gonna make a note now.
It was just announced on the 4th, so it's only been out a week or so.
Okay, other questions or comments?
I don't really have a question, but I do want to thank you for this very, very informative report. I have always been concerned about what the connected culture meant. I have a definition now. I will no longer have those questions in my mind, and I'll be watching the progress. I do know a couple of teachers that have gone through this, and they were parapros, and they're on that track to move forward. And so, yes, they keep me updated on how that's moving, so thank you. It's much better than I had hoped, so this is great.
Other questions? Okay. I'll just say it's really exciting that you were able to gain traction with the university and really develop that program. I think something coming with assistantships and some additional financial support is really, really helpful when you're going through a master's program. So kudos to you guys on that. That's amazing. And yeah, thank you so much for your presentation, Mr. Swartz. Okay. Up next, we have, I lost my agenda. Thank you. We have the CSI, ATSI Federal ID School Status Update. Is someone?
Yes, I would ask Dr. Worthy to come forward, and she will provide you with that update.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Worthy.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam President, to the board members and Dr. Scott. I am here to provide you an update on our federally identified schools per our Godot work. And so this update will just kind of walk you through who those schools are, how they got on the list, and the work that they're doing currently to come off. And so we'll talk about our district plan of support, what those actions look like. We'll look at a little bit of school data, some of their successes, and what our next steps are for sustainability. So before I move into the federal identification, I want to really talk you through very briefly around the categories and how our schools are identified. So our comprehensive support and improvement schools, also known as CSI, are targeted towards either elementary, middle school, or high schools. They get on the list as being the lowest performing 5% of Title I schools, and that's how they enter. You can take the opportunity to look through this chart to kind of walk you through how they exit and the different stages of the identification process. For high school, that also will sometimes include the graduation rate. And so in terms of the graduation rate, they are looking for high schools to perform at greater than 67% on their graduation. For those schools that are called TSI, that's targeted support and improvement, those are schools that have one or more consistently underperforming student groups. And we're talking student groups being either by subgroups, African American, Caucasian, Hispanic, or could be economically disadvantaged or students with disabilities. And so if they have been consistently underperforming in a particular student group, they are identified on the targeted support and improvement list. And then finally, we have the ATSI identification. That list is for those schools that meet the TSI criteria. However, they have a student group, one or more student groups, that by themselves could be on the TSI list. And so that's how schools are identified for ATSI. These are our schools here in Clarke County that are on the federally identified list. We have Holston Elementary, Whit Davis Elementary, which are both CSI schools. We also have Coyle Middle School, which is an ATSI school, and we have Classic City. Holston and Whit Davis Elementary are on the list for the lowest 5% across their 3rd through 5th grade scores. And then Coyle is on the list for that subgroup, which is actually students with disabilities. Finally, Classic City is on the list well, we're proud of Classic City. They came off the list for graduation last year, but they entered the list for TSI, targeting specifically their African American students and economically disadvantaged students, which those populations in that particular school kind of overlap. The key thing that I'd like for you to remember here is that this is a qualifying year, which means that every 3 years that qualification comes up, and so this is the year that we're looking whether schools will come on or exit the list. And so the 23-24 school year is the starting year for this identification. Classic City as an ATSI school, as a TSI school is identified annually. So those scores are looked at annually. We have what's called a district plan of support, and what that is a plan that's been developed by district leaders to support these particular schools going above and beyond what we do for all schools. And so this plan of support that we've created has been developed by executive directors of leadership development, along with our executive director of special education and our special education coordinators and curriculum content coordinators. And so we look at how can we support in specific content areas or with students with disabilities, or what can we do around lifting their work. For Classic City, there has been a heavy focus on increasing the recruitment of individual students who would greatly benefit from being a Classic City student. So they've created a Classic City student profile and really monitoring how those students can matriculate through that program, through the school. They're also looking at monitoring credit completion and learning outcomes that identify barriers. So that is a focus for Classic City. For Coyle Middle School, they are heavily focused, of course, on their students with disability. And so currently we are working through the second year of strengthening our instructional core for Tier 1 instruction for our students with disabilities in the general education classroom, as well as in any other specific areas. For Holston, we are looking to focus on improving Tier 1 instructional practices in all classroom. They are receiving collaborative monthly visits and professional learning on how to improve their instruction and how to monitor their data so that they can actually kind of triage student needs. And they're also looking at their planning protocols because we understand the importance of how planning truly affects what happens in the classroom and the execution. For Whit Davis, they too are looking to improve their Tier 1 instructional practices and their planning protocols. They are also working with our special ed coordinator to ensure that they are focused on the special ed students in that building, even though that was not something that caused them to be on the list, but they wanted to make sure that was a strong focus for them. So how do we measure the results of these schools? We have already had our fall impact checks. We've checked with these schools, met with them to look at their data, to talk through the supports they've received, to take a look at how we can increase those supports. We've also looked at their interim assessments. We will be looking at their upcoming iReady diagnostics in the winter, and then finally monitoring their action steps in their 90-day plans. So each school in the district writes a 90-day plan, and they have specific action steps, a school improvement plan that we monitor every 90 days, and they write specific action steps to help support their school. So I highlighted here for you what these particular schools are working on that kind of correlate with the work that we're providing as a district level. For Holston, specifically, they're looking at teacher clarity. We talked about the planning and execution of lessons. So making sure that their teachers truly understand what is being asked of students, as well as the students understand what success criteria is necessary for their success in classwork. They're also looking at observation and feedback. How can they increase or improve their observations and feedback cycles to make sure that teachers are getting the appropriate feedback around the instruction that they're putting out there. Whit Davis is focused on addressing gaps that they've identified in instructional at the Tier 1 level, as well as the use of our Tier 1 resources. And they're also focused on improving their professional learning and making sure that they're addressing their discipline processes and looking at other programs that support students, such as the MTSS program and our PBIS. Coyle has a strong focus on students with disabilities because, again, that is why they're on the list. They've had strengthened supports around the proficiency levels. They're trying to improve proficiency levels of our students with disabilities, but they have added their EL students to the list. And the reason they have is because they realize that some of the focus that they have around their specially designed instruction for special education students will greatly benefit our English language learners as well. And so they have a strong focus on how they can support those students. And then finally, Classic City is working on collaborative planning and assisting students in creating post-secondary plans. Classic City is also looking at how they can really improve their blended learning process, because as a non-traditional school, they have teachers that teach face-to-face as well as online instruction. And so making sure the blended learning is happening in a strong way for the students, and so that they're able to really target the professional learning needed for teachers to support that work. The next data that you're going to see, or the next slides that you'll see, reflects the data for each of these schools based on content mastery. The reason we pull the content mastery data from CCRPI reports is because this is what puts them on the list. So what I really want you to pay close attention to is the year that they joined the list. For Classic City, that was the 23-24 list, and then we were able to put out the 2025 information here as well. It really shows you particularly, or paying attention to the proficient and the distinguished blocks, which are the yellow and green. So for our content mastery at the high school level, we're looking at core content. So we're looking at American Lit, we're looking at biology, US history, and we're looking at algebra. And so you'll see on your on the screen we have the American literature and for African American students, as well as for our economically disadvantaged. We pinpointed those again because these are the students that are the target for Classic City to be off the list. So we're looking to make some improvements here with this data because we need to see more yellow and green bars. The next slide shows you algebra. The blue represents those students that are performing in the beginning stages. And that's why we really need to see those data points decrease and see our yellow and green increase for Classic City. Next is US history. You see some peaks of yellow, which is a great thing because we really want to see that proficiency status. So the work that they're putting in place here is definitely beginning to show some progress. And then biology, for content mastery, there has to be 15 students in a group in order for you to have any data pooled. And so for content mastery for biology, there were enough students. Next, we'll take a look at COIL. Again, you're looking specifically at students with disabilities. The dates here start at 2023 and go to 2025 because, again, it was the 2023 that we wanted to look at. That started them on the list, and making sure that we're looking at how can we move the data to get them off. What you're seeing in front of you is ELA and math. Here we have social studies and science for COIL. And here we have ELA and math. I'm sorry. Nope, I'm sorry. I went too fast. Yeah, social studies and science. So those are the 4 content areas for COIL. And as you can tell, looking at that spring 2025, the work they've begun to do around students with disabilities is beginning to show progress for them. Here we're showing hosted elementary. ELA and math. And science only for 5th grade. Those are the only content areas that CCRPI looks at. Finally, Whit Davis Elementary. Again, we're beginning to see great traction at Whit Davis. and this is their 5th grade science. So I would like to share, there are some successes we'd like to share with you. Again, I talked to you around the blended learning that Classic City is doing. They are seeing success with the blended learning. If you've ever had the opportunity to visit Classic City, blended learning is a very hard thing to do. It is hard to do the online work along with the face-to-face teaching, but they are really focused on improved professional learning. They're focused on high leverage practices and really thinking about how they can actually improve the learning for their students. They are also continuing to monitor their graduation rate because, again, they came off the list for graduation, and so we really want to continue to see them improve in that area as well. For COIL, they've seen really great collaboration between their general education and special education teachers in co-teaching, because we are really pushing to make sure that our students with disabilities have access to Tier 1 instruction, which means they get access to being in the classroom with all of their peers. And so we are really focused on co-teaching and improving that at COIL, and they've also been really focused on looking at what we call SDI, which is specially designed instruction. And the purpose of that is for them to think about how can they meet the needs of students through differentiation. The successes we're seeing at Holston is we are beginning to see some really strong instructional habits being built across content areas. They are getting monthly visits from our curriculum content coordinators in ELA specifically, and making sure that they are improving in the use of those resources. The teachers are also using iReady data to help pinpoint the strengths and areas of growth for students so they can make sure they're closing those gaps. And finally, with Whit Davis, there's a focus on literacy check-ins with their literacy coaches, and they're also making sure that they're improving their collaborative planning protocols. So what do we do next? We will continue to provide district support from all of the district leaders. They are also receiving support from the Georgia DOE, as well as RESA, which is our Regional Educational Service Agencies, and the Georgia Learning Resources System, which is GLRS. On top of that, we are progress monitoring their data, progress monitoring all data, which is not in just student achievement data, but looking at observations and feedback and high leverage practices, and making sure that we're providing the necessary supports to ensure that they can really continue to move the needle for their students. That is all I have for you tonight. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for that presentation, Dr. Worthy. Are there questions from board members? Okay, Dr. Gant?
I just have a quick question with Whit Davis and COIL and Classic City. There were elements of behavior that seemed to be a part of the school improvement actions. And then with the data that we see so far, like for instance at Whit Davis, we see like some of those areas, like small areas of improvement. I guess I'm curious about like what specific actions are being taken that we think are directly related. I know we're probably guessing here, but like, because that's where the action items were for those schools, what are we doing as far as like specific actions as it relates to PBIS, and how are we shoring up the discipline process and decreasing the disproportionality?
So the action steps, again, these come from their school improvement plans. And on top of why they're on the list for the being a federally identified school, they are identifying things that they want to focus on to improve. The discipline that does show up for, I'll speak to, for Classic City and COIL as secondary schools, the disciplinary referrals, they are trying to decrease those just so that the kids can be in the classrooms, because of course that's very important. Can't be in the classroom if you're suspended or if you're being pulled out for a fight or any of those things. And so what they're doing is they are increasing their PBIS. Now that we are a Leader in Me district, they are incorporating Leader in Me strategies, the 7 habits. They're also working with, COIL is focused on reducing their out-of-school suspension. They've put some new practices in place They've even gone as far as to change like how adults are responding to children and really provide professional learning around that. So with PBIS, Leader in Me, they're working with counselors and district level staff to help support new plans of improvement around discipline. But that was not something that put them on the list per se, but it is a focus because they know that it does affect instruction.
Thank you.
Oh, and the answer to your question around the things that Whit Davis is doing, we do have, at both Holston and Whit Davis, the state has also provided literacy coaches. And so the literacy coaches are working directly with the coaches that are already in the building, along with our curriculum coordinators, to really dive into the work and to make sure that what our teachers are planning for is what they're actually doing in the classroom. Making sure they're digging deeper into what are the standards really saying for instruction and what the assessments tell us, and identifying misconceptions ahead of time. So they're doing more digging into their collaborative planning, and that's what's helping them move the needle a little bit better.
Okay, are there other questions on this side? Okay, I just had one quick question, Dr. Worthy. Unless I'm reading the data wrong, which could be happening, it looks as though there have been no gains at all among our African American students at Classic City, and there have been actually losses in some areas. Wait, am I looking at this wrong? That, yeah, and for example, and there's been a loss in learning for our economically disadvantaged students at that same school in history. So it looks like in history and in American literature, there have either been no gains at all, or whatever gains that were made have been lost. I'm wondering if you could speak to that. What are some of the challenges since getting placed on this list that Classic City is continuing to face, that they're not quite able, it looks like, to get a handle on to sustain any growth?
Well, I think this year their shift came with looking at that blended learning. Previously, I was the executive director for Classic City, and I noticed just being in classrooms that having, number one, the certified staff that could actually teach all the core content. So when we're talking, going in and teaching math, we don't have just one single algebra teacher at Classic City. We have 4 teachers, and they each teach the content. So if I'm a math teacher, I'm teaching all the math. And so algebra, I might have a small pocket of students that are really receiving that, and those numbers just change more frequently. They may not be the same from year to year because of their enrollment. It just looks very different from our traditional high schools. But what we recognized is our teachers were really struggling with the planning for all of that content and the blended learning. So getting the students on the computer and the face-to-face. So we felt like that was the space we had to target. It's a non-traditional school, so we recognize we have to do non-traditional things, but we also have to make sure our teachers are strengthened enough to be able to pull that load. So that is why that's a focus this year, and we're really, really hopeful that we're gonna see the pendulum begin to shift as a result.
Thank you for that candidness. That was very much appreciated. Mrs. Davis, your light is on.
Yes, I have a quick question. What's our enrollment at Classic City currently?
What is it? 63 students.
That's an increase over last year and previous years.
And she's been really focused, she being the director, really focused on recruiting more students to come to Classic City, but making sure this type of learning is the best fit for those students.
I applaud the work there. I do. I truly do, because I know that it's very necessary. And thank you so much for this in-depth report. I didn't read all of the other stuff, but I did read the report. So I've got to go back and do some more reading before I have any more questions. But thank you very much.
Okay, and before we wrap up this section, I would urge, if there are things that you feel like the board could help support Classic City and in particular Classic City, but all 4 schools in achieving, getting off of these federally identified lists, if there are things that you all can identify as a district as we move into the budget planning process, it would really help, I think, us board members have a clear understanding of where we could lean in to support these schools a little bit better. So thank you. Okay, let's see now. Okay, superintendent's report. Dr. Scott.
Right, good evening, everyone. So just want to, first of all, say congratulations to our CCSD Teacher of the Year, Timothy Pritchett, and my former student, our CCSD Support Person of the Year, Brian Smith. We also want to shout out Cedar Shows because they were the winners of our Tablescape contest for our actual Teacher of the Year and Support Person of the Year banquet. They definitely went all out, costumes and everything to match their tablescape. For our recognitions, we just learned that we do have 3 schools that will once again be recognized by the Georgia Department of Education for their Literacy Leaders Award, and this is awarded to any school that has at least a 10-point increase in their 3rd grade reading scores. And we have 3 schools that do have at least a 10-point increase. That's Winterville with 17 points, Fowler Drive with 18 points, and Holston Elementary with a 24-point increase in their reading scores for 3rd grade. Also for math leaders, then we do have 3 of our middle schools that are being recognized for their performance on the high school algebra end of course assessment. And so these will be our 8th graders that are taking the high school algebra. And we have Clarke Middle being recognized for 83% of their students scoring at proficient or distinguished on the Georgia Milestones end of course assessment for high school algebra. Hillsman with an 84% proficient or distinguished, and Bernie Harris Lyons with a 94% proficient or distinguished on the high school algebra end of course assessment. I also want to just highlight with Gifted Savings some things that are happening this week. We did take several of our seniors from Clarke Central and Cedar Shows to Atlanta to attend the TED Next conference sponsored by Gifted Savings. And during that time, they did have an opportunity to really talk about the impact of the financial literacy program on them individually, but then also what they are experiencing as they are beginning to explore this even with their family beyond that, and sharing how they plan to actually use this $1,000 portfolio investment. And we heard a range of things from students that are saying that they feel like it will truly help them as they move on to college. One who is currently an entrepreneur right now, who owns her own nail business, looking for those funds to support her as she potentially opens her own shop upon graduation, and then others that are just looking to continue to invest. We also had the mid-year check-in today with all of our seniors at Clarke Central, Cedar Shows, and then at ACCA. It was interesting. One of the questions we got from one of the seniors is, when will we be able to select where we want to invest these funds? Because as they're looking at their portfolio, we know what our investments are looking like right now. It's down slightly. I believe it, as of yesterday, it was at $965, so they did lose just a little bit, but it's also teaching them, let's be patient, because we do anticipate that those funds will go back up as they're watching their stocks float back and forth. They also had an opportunity to just check in around the TED Ed work that's being done in collaboration with Gifted Savings. So tomorrow we will have coffee and capital conversations that's hosted by the Chamber of Commerce at the Epting Catering at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, where we will once again bring some of our seniors to be able to engage in some panel discussions along with myself and some other members from Gifted Savings and TED Ed, so that we can share with members of the community just the updates and the learning that our students have been able to take part in. So we are looking forward to that. I also want to celebrate, as Dr. Anderson shared, we were very excited to be awarded the Charter System Foundation Award for Leadership, specifically related to the work we're doing with TED Ed and with Leader in Me. And finally, I do want to say congratulations to all of our REACH scholars. I had an opportunity to visit each one of our middle schools over the past 2 weeks to award the $10,000 REACH scholarship to each one of our REACH scholars, and we look forward to recognizing them in December here at our board meeting. And just want to remind everyone that November is Family Literacy Month. And so we do want to encourage everyone to spend some time reading as a family, and engaging in opportunities to not just read, but to talk about what we're reading. So that brings me to my next update. Wanted to update everyone around West Broad. Thank you for the just rich conversations during our board retreat. I think that was very helpful for us to begin to dig into the work that we need to do to ensure that we are taking action to make West Broad, to revitalize it, to make it truly a part of our CCSD programming. So with that, wanted to provide you with just a quick update. The cleanup is being completed now. The asbestos abatement started on November 6th, and Mr. Gilbert will be providing you all with some pictures in his update so that you can see the status of the cleanup that's happening. The next steps are to begin the actual cutback of some of the trees that are causing some of the roof damage that we're seeing, so that they then can add the tarps to the roof. So we are working towards developing the RFP. So Veronica Jackson will be developing the RFP so that we can go ahead and identify a structural engineer to come in and do a full assessment of that property. And we are hoping that that can be completed so that you all can have a report from that individual at the January board meeting. In the meantime, we are planning to start a series of public information meetings that we will hold throughout this process as we are looking at identifying what it is that the board would like to approve to happen with that property, but then also being able to move forward with taking action and keeping the public informed along the way. So we will have the first of many public information meetings on December 2nd. We will hold 2 on that day, one at 10 a.m. and one at 5:30 p.m. Both of those will be live streamed, but will also be recorded for anyone who is not able to either watch it live stream or attend in person. Both of those will be held here so that we can live stream, and then we will have the recording available. As a part of that, we will also be putting out a feedback survey so that people can respond to the information that they've learned and also be able to provide us just with input and feedback. We will also work to update our West Broad page on our website. It is still active, but the updated information has not been added to that. So as we are now beginning to re-engage and really identify what we want to do to revitalize that property, then we want to make sure that that web page is being kept up to date. And so Dr. Moore and her team will be working to keep that updated. So with that, then that is where we stand on West Broad, and we are excited to really get traction going and to really do what it's needed to really rehab that place so that it truly is a part of our CCSD family that is used for programming that will support the needs of our school district. So with that, that is my report.
Thank you so much. We are now at our facilities. Wait, no, we are at, the Athens Community Career Academy report.
And I do not have any additional information to report. I know that the Career Academy gave a very thorough update on where they stand during our joint meeting earlier this week. And so we know that that information will become a part of their minutes that will be in next month's board meeting. But I do want to ask Dr. Elder, who is the superintendent's appointee, is there any additional information that you wanted to add related to our Athens Area Career Academy? All right.
Okay, okay. All right. So now we will move on to our facilities updates, starting with our SPLOST report. Mr. Gilbreth. Bye, everybody. They were like, it is 9 o'clock. We did not think we'd be here for 7 hours. Are your feelings hurt? Your feelings should be hurt.
I get no respect. I'm telling you, I'm the Rodney Dangerfield of Clarke County. I get no respect. So I don't have any photos of Cedar Shoals, but just to let you know, we're in the punch list phase for Cedar, kind of cleaning up some items. Our biggest open thing is door hardware issues. We're trying to work through that. The contractor and their subcontractor have not performed to the best of their abilities. We're on actually subcontractor number 4, so that's kind of put us behind. But they'll be working through the holidays and hopefully get wrapped up by Christmas time at Cedar. As far as Gaines goes, we kind of have a photo update. Big thing at Gaines, we are moving the 12-inch sanitary line, 36-inch storm line, and an 8-inch fire line so that we can do the major wing addition on it. Here you see some photos, got some dirt work going on. The additions on the buildings, foundations have been poured. Structural steel will be here next week. So when I show you pictures in December, we'll have buildings standing on the end of the 3 wings for those additions. So just kind of scrolling through, you can see the addition work. The other big major component we're doing is roofing. We're about, I would say, 65 to 70% complete on re-roofing the school. I know roof leaks was a major issue with Gaines, so we're taking care of that. Here's just kind of shows you the overall scope of the dirt work we're doing. Kind of scroll on, and here, this gives you a good shot. Just to let you know, the trench is about 30 feet deep by 50 feet wide, because that's how deep the pipe is, and you have to dig down to get to it. And we're having to reroute around the corner, so it's taken, we've been fortunate with dry weather, but they're making good progress. This next photo, you can see the new roofs, areas in the darker gray. Those have been replaced, and we've had minimal water intrusions, so that's a good thing while you're doing a roofing project. Again, I think Troy got carried away with some of the dirt photos. He was, like a little kid, playing with your tractor, so he likes the dirt. And again, this last photo, scrolling down, shows you the progress on the roofs. We've got the admin area, main hallway, and gymnasium left to do, and the roofing will be complete. So, and any questions on Cedar or Gaines?
All right, are there any questions? Okay.
All right, so the next one is facilities update. So over Thanksgiving break, we will be at Barrow Elementary, replacing 6 HVAC units as well as the emergency generator. So that work will be ongoing. Here's a snapshot of the tennis court repair, crack resurfacing at Clarke Central. Hopefully that should be wrapped up this week, and we'll be able to turn the courts back over to them. And then the last one is our West Broad photo update. So as you can see on the Campbell Street building, a lot of the brush and shrubbery has been cut away from the building. That kind of eliminates people trying to hide behind it or sleep behind it or be behind it. The play field in the back area has been mowed, and it's on a regular bi-monthly schedule as far as keeping it maintained. This is asbestos abatement in progress in the single-story building. Kind of next one. This is the 2-story structure. Abatements and cleanup is done, and abatements and progress is there. And you can see that's the first floor cleanup abatement as well, and then the second floor, I believe. Yes. So again, it's like all the floor tiles coming out. Here we show that some of the trees are being cut back, and then you can see where we need to do some temporary root patching. The tree cutting company was on site yesterday, so they were taking down some of the branches overhanging the Minor Street building and trees up against the building. So the next step is the roofer will come out and we'll put some temporary tarps on Minor Street and get that dried in. And there's the back playfield area. being moved. Once we get the folks done around the site, Georgia Power is going to come back and we're going to re-energize the site lighting, so that way we have about 5 or 6 poles that we can illuminate at night so that we have a well-lit campus, make it, a little more secure, able to maintain. Any questions?
Any questions on the facilities?
No questions, pleased with the progress.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Gilbreth. And then next up, we've got, are you going to stick around for the COC? You forgot.
We had a meeting this week for the COC committee, and again, it's pretty much the same update that I give you all in about 5 or 10 minutes, and they get about an hour and a half of my time. Ms. Davis usually, has a list of questions that she goes through, so I don't know if there was any additional information we shared with the COC that we'd elaborate on here.
Okay.
The only additional thing would be, again, we had conversations about sustainability. Everybody's excited about the sustainability person being on board. And I think we got a little bit of insight into where that person will start in terms of projects. So if you might want to enlighten us on that, that might be helpful.
Yes, Randy Priest was hired as the sustainability coordinator, and I think Dr. Yeager, you're familiar with him. And he actually has his first project. We're partnering with Athens Clarke County. I believe they have a grant they've been awarded, and they're going to work with us on it. And we're going to be doing an audit of our trash. So he's going to go dumpster diving at a couple of our schools to determine our trash, our quantities, what we can do better on recycling and things like that. So I told him I'd get him some rubber gloves, and I'll stand back and watch and record and help him out. So.
Okay. Thanks so much for both of those updates. And I think you should actually help him maybe put your own rubber gloves on and get in there. All right, next up we've got item 12, our information items or board community reports. Ms. Hensley normally does the Athens Area Community Foundation, but she is not here. And I don't think that there's anything no, so we have nothing there. And then Early Head Start is Mr. Denson, who is also not here. But reading through the minutes, does anyone have any questions or thoughts about? Ms. Moon did actually talk a little bit about this report, so if there are any questions, we can perhaps reach out to the district. And then Envision Athens is also Mr. Denson, so have you heard of any updates from Envision Athens? Okay. All right, so I think that concludes our community reports, and now we are at item 13, adjournment. Somebody's got a second. Are we going to be here all night? Motion made by Ms. Davis, seconded by Dr. Yeager. All in favor of adjournment, raise your hand high and say aye. All right, thanks.